back. So hopefully this did fix it. I do want to go check in Studio, see if it's doing another one. It is. I'm gonna go to Studio and fix this up before we go into the next round. Bum, 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 bum. Is the internet even working? Okay, it says it is. So hopefully we are back online. And we will try to fix things up in YouTube while we play the next match. Says we're connected. Seems very slow. But hopefully it is functional. Looks like I have to log back in to YouTube. We did the verification. Why is it still not letting us in? Let's see if we're able to figure it out while dueling this Luke. Alright, opening up a Dark Side Magician is actually probably not that good. Players are pretty unlikely to actually play down level 7 monsters on the first turn. But if my opponent didn't really set anything either, we have a chance to come back as long as that's not specifically widespread ruin. We definitely bring in Dark Magician here. Though, realistically, you could argue to just swing with this. But I do want to summon the monster. Let's go ahead into the battle phase and see what happens. We actually do get in for the full 2500, which is great. Okay. Looks like the internet is going to let me load into the studio this time, which is nice. Then we go over to the content manager. While Luke figures out what's going on. It looks like they did probably brick pretty hard. We need to edit this one. Change the thumbnail. Oh, and then save. And I think they might just be letting the timer run down on us. So we have a couple of minutes to figure this all out. Bum, bum, bum. And make the old one that was only live for a couple of minutes private so people don't get confused. And we are good. So, how is everyone doing today? As long as my internet connection goes back to functional, I'm ready to have a good time. We have quite an interesting start to our stream though. Disconnecting immediately in the first match after explaining how the deck works. And then having our second opponent play nothing. Welcome, Mathlesia. I completely agree. I think they didn't play any monsters last turn. They probably drew a ton of high-level monsters. And, are now just kind of staring at disbelief, throwing their phone across the room. Would appreciate it if they would just concede or end turn so I can start smacking them. But instead, we'll be looking at the Ultimate Wizard for a couple of minutes. Oh, and now it's possible they have disconnected. And we get there. So we are now halfway through Silver 4. Obviously not a super high rank, but it is the start of the season, so not much I can do there. I saved all of my ranked games for when I was live. Wanted to stream the entire challenge. Bum, 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 bum. I do think the first few ranks should be relatively easy. I think actually thinking of games is going to be much harder. Forgot the season reset until I saw the rank went back down. Makes sense. Alright, so we do draw the aim eagle turn 1, which is kind of rough. Our skill is now offline for the entire game, unless we're able to find a barrier to shovel this thing back in. We do, funnily enough, have another light monster in hand, so if we're able to draw into exactly Ace Breaker or Tough Striker, we would be able to bring out the 3500. But on turn 1, I don't expect it to be doing very much. We said that the opponent has gone for the immediate Hammer Crush deal. And this might mean they don't have 3 low-level monsters in hand, as otherwise you could just set the Hammer Crush and draw the card on the next turn. Do I know when we will be able to get the Mimi Field Spell? Yeah, if you didn't play the event, it's probably not going to be until Mimi is added to the gate, which is probably like March. So unfortunately, our opening hand is pretty bad too. We are just going to send 4 cards face down, pass. We do have the Pakachu plus 2 beasts, so we are going to be able to recur it on the next turn. But whether or not this is going to be good enough to actually make a comeback by giving them the full 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards is questionable. I went ahead and tossed away the Shield and Sword since we know they are on Hammer Crush. This will force them to get rid of a resource, and they are unlikely to be playing a ton of they are unlikely to have a ton of 0 defense monsters in the boss slots, so I'm fine with losing Shield and Sword here. Our boss monsters should relatively easily compete with theirs. I do not want to see Dark Revelation, even if we have more spell and trap removal. Seems like a poor decision. Widespread Ruin is already doing so much work. Having a triple Widespread Ruin seems like a poor balancing plan. Alright, we're gonna go with the Pakachu here. Get back our Silver Fang. We're taking the weaker one because we are going to be tributing it off. I'm pretty sure. Let's go with Torn of the Windweaver. Rhino. And then this curtain probably isn't going to do very much, so we can toss it for Torna to rotate the opponent's Dragius. Then, Light Sorcerer can weaken Thunder the Thunder, and now we have a board clear. It definitely took way too many resources, but at least we are still technically in the game. Call the Earthbound could be unlimited to add more traps into the format. Yeah, I think Call the Earthbound is probably fine to not have limited. I'd say it's not really that much stronger than a card like Recital, which they did not put on the list. And yes, Stan, we're basically running one copy of every structure deck. So it's 1500 gems, no pack, no event cards, and nothing time limited, which is why we don't get the second copy of the machine structure, because that will go away. I do also have, though, Shield and Sword, since it was a free event card that I think should be available through a lifetime mission afterwards. We see the Ace Breaker, but I am fine with this. Better than a Dragius beating me up, for sure. Let's see if we're somehow able to draw a card to turn this around. A Pakachu is a good start. We already know we can use it because we used one last turn. And they are basically just an infinitely recycling machine. Let's go ahead, bring in the Silver Wolf. We're gonna weaken Gazelle. Do a good little tribute summon. And Ace Breaker will pop their Ace Breaker. 1, 2. And now we are responding with the same board they put out last turn. Very similar play. Bring this one down, and 1500. We're only 1,000 life points behind, but all they need to do is draw an Ancient Arise Dragon, and we are in quite a bind. I think there is still a chance we are able to take this, though. If they're summoning these monsters in attack mode, though, it suddenly becomes much less likely. Silver Wolf into Dragius is basically lethal on its own. All they need is one other low-level monster. But we'll see how it goes. Summon Skull. Very interesting. That's only 200. And if they are setting back row here, we might be okay for another turn. Unfortunately, we do not have access to Widespread Ruin, and they do. So I think at some point we are just going to lose the game due to getting blown out by the trap. It's really unfortunate, but it's about the best we can hope for. The longer the game goes, the less likely we are to be able to turn it around. Unfortunately, no way for us to actually get through all of this. Dark Magician unable to clear the summoned skull. All we can do is pass. I mean, we could summon the Dark Magician girl and have another 2,500 instead, but it doesn't seem that worth it. With our barrier, we would want to recycle the Amy Eagle since there's still a tough striker in the deck. Almost definitely. Let's see how it goes. They do draw a Hammer Crush, which is an issue, since it means all they need to do is summon it 2 low-level monsters and crash the Summon Skull to win. Seahorse Carrier plus Kanan is 2,100, so that is going to be game. Even if they don't summon anything else. But we do know they have another high-level monster, so they are just gonna go for it. Maybe they just wanted to show off the prismatic. We'll try and get him in the next one. Silver, we only need to get a 2-win streak in order to rank up. So even with a pretty mediocre deck, we will get there eventually. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. They are on a rank up. I kind of feel bad about not just giving it to them. But I do want to play. Our deck is bad enough where if they're not able to win and get the rank up normally, then they can play a couple more games. And we see again a player opening with the turn 1 Hammer Crush Duel, but this time they are actually bringing out a Dragius. We have no out to this, so I will be giving them that rank up. Here you go. Let's just move on to the next round. Drawing the Rhino is definitely not going to be good enough to come across a turn 1 Dragius board. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, another Yuga, but this time we are the ones going first. Looks pretty reasonable. Set 3, plus setup for the Pikachu, plus our skill will be online next turn. Looks realistically about the best we could hope for in a turn 1 hand. Maybe another back row would be good, but having this guaranteed next turn is just as good to me. Alright, looks like we're against Magician's Shuffle. A deck that is able to put out a ton of 2,500 monsters. We see them going through a ton of beasts, but actually, Pikachu is still not online for future turns. We definitely don't need to use our barriers here. So let's see what we can do. We have our own Paku, and unlike them, ours is actually live. Definitely want to go ahead and activate the effect, return this to the deck, add a card to hand, then we can Ultimate Bond, show off the Ace Breaker, put the Paku back for later, draw an Eagle, one, two, three, I did mess up a little bit. I should have summoned the wolf instead of the juggler probably here, but it's fine. Let's pop this and clear the board. Unfortunately, since the Dark Magician Girl was only level 6, we're not able to actually use the Aim Eagle's effect here. So we are stuck with just the 2,500. And technically, I only have the one beast, so it is a little bit rough. A little bit rough if we draw the Pikachu next turn. Shuffling away the copy we had is actually turning it off, which is something definitely worth noting. Our move now, and yeah, here, exactly what I meant. Okay, we are able to make a little bit of progress using this Silver Wolf. Let's weaken the Dark Sword Magician, bring in the Tough Striker, and see if we can't hold out with Tough Striker and a ton of barriers. Definitely want to beat over this Dark Sword Magician. And we will end it there. Oh, yeah, if you only play Psychic, Shield and Sword is going to be basically an auto loss. Alright, we see them bringing out a 7-Sword Magician, which I was not expecting to see in a Magician Shuffle list. And then Magic Curtain for a second boss. This is looking very rough. not gonna handicap it. I mean, we're doing what we can. Let's put back the Ace Breaker. And then in order to survive the turn, we have to use this one as well. I guess we put back a Paku. And with this, we have just 100 life points, and realistically, no hope of turning this around. Let's just pass the turn and let them take us down again. It's going to be quite a climb this month. I think our deck is quite bad. But I think if we get the right draws, we can do it. The ratios in the deck are not too bad. We have the advantage engine. We have 7 boss monsters. We have a few trap cards. It is a functional deck, just not a powerful one. And that is a distinction worth noting. Good luck at work. Alright, so we do have the Dark Sword. But will they summon a turn 1 boss? Alright, starting off with 2 face downs and no monsters. Which makes me think they probably have a Dark Sword Magician of their own. So what we're going to do is make sure we are not bringing out any level 7 monsters. Not that it looks like we have much of a choice here. I play 1 Eagle because the other one is technically a free deck, but it is a limited amount of time. For example, that Volt Condor deck that we got when the game released, we're not able to get the second copy for free anymore, and that's going to happen to the other deck as well. So we're starting off the challenge as restrictive as possible. If we are still in Silver 4 after like a week, then I will consider changing it. A Hammer Crush. Even though they are on Magician Shuffle, they're running Hammer Crush instead of Dark Magic Attack. We do see them popping my barrier. But I was really hoping that they would not be able to do this. If they were crashing a 2500 into the 2500, we would have been okay with it. But now they're getting a very strong board. Especially if they have 2 Dark Magician Girl. Keep in mind, Dark Sword Magician doesn't even work because these are level 6 monsters. We draw for turn. And I mean, we get a Silver Wolf, but we already know that they have a barrier face down. So I'm not sure what we can do about it. I think our best bet here is just to summon the Dark Sword Magician and wait things out. We will keep the Silver Wolf since we need to draw another Silver Wolf in order to actually debuff them enough. And we will see how this goes. Harpy Lady, and they are going for the crash. I am fine with this, I think. We do have the 2 Silver Wolf now, but we don't have anything capable of actually advancing our game state. And nothing in the graveyard really seems to be worth recycling either. we do have the aim eagle, so we could use our barrier to set it. Oh, good luck with the climb. Fang, I think Resonance is a very good deck, and I hope he finds some success with it. Alright, so Aim Eagle is the one that they pop last. So, no choice of using the barrier, even if I wanted. Another turn of no boss monsters. And now our hand is actually getting a little bit flooded. Unfortunately, there's really nothing we can do. I mean, yeah, Resonance could very well still be the best deck. Obviously, aggro is way more popular. And after the structure deck with the cards like Light Sorcerer, I think there is a really good case for it being better than Resonance. But people definitely are quick to discount it. The dragons be dragoning. Oddly enough, my opponent has chosen to remove Dark Magician from the graveyard. Which means it is now a card I'm able to defeat. Let's Pakachu. Then activate the effect. We will return another one into the deck. Be grabbing another card. 2,500. I mean, we can just barely survive. Or do I use Ace Breaker's effect? I think that might be the better play. If they're not able to get over all of the back row here, I'm gonna force them to attack into the Ace Breaker. But obviously if they have Ruin, they have it. And they do. Okay. So that'll be game. But the idea was, if they didn't have Ruin, they have a really tough time doing more than like a 200 attack debuff, and their guys all cap at 2,500. So with 2 trap cards, we would have been able to kind of run through them and win the game. After they foolishly try to attack into a 2,500. Unfortunately, it didn't work out this time, and it looks like they are running the 7-Zone Magician anyway. Yeah, so Yami Ruler has definitely lost a lot of popularity, but it's like for no reason. I think people are just enjoying the new cards. Celerity should still be quite powerful. Let's see what we're able to get. Obviously, we managed to win 1 game early on, but our opponent bricked, so we are something like 0-5 in actual games. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, and they are on a rank up game. However, we are the ones with the first turn advantage. We get 3 monsters we can set face down, and a trap. Not too shabby. If we think they are on Magician Shuffle, we could actually summon the Tough Striker. Oh, but they are on a super greedy deck. Okay. You know what? We are gonna start going in. Let's see what we find with the dealer. Rhino, not great, but I'm glad to get it out of my hand early. The idea here is that it should be pretty unlikely for Hunter to be able to summon a 4 attribute SRM on the first turn of the game. So let's see what they do. We have 2 spellcasters to set up our Curtain of Sparks. But we did turn on a Dark Sword Magician. Yeah, so if I was trying to beat over 2500s with Magician Shuffle, I'd probably stick with cards like Seraph of Darkness instead of the Seven's Road. I feel like there are already enough good tribute monsters that you don't need to bother with Seven's Road Magician as well. Torn of the Windweaver, fortunately not strong enough on its own to defeat Tough Striker. However, if this is 7's Axel Road, it is going to be boosting itself up to 2400. So all we can do is wait and see what they bring out next. It looks like it's a Dark Magician Girl, and unfortunately that is going to be good enough. Turn of the Windweaver, cleanly outing the Tough Striker. And once again, this is not a level 7 monster. So, fortunately for us, the Light Sorcerer is a debuff. So we don't need to use Ace Breaker's effect. And we also don't need to search out the Aim Eagle. I'd rather keep both of my traps and the other monster anyway. And now, let's see what they can do against this board. Looks like it should be relatively competent. It obviously depends a little bit on what Hunter draws here, and we are pretty sure that they have a high-level monster in hand that they didn't summon last turn. But, if they don't draw super well this turn, we have a chance. They are ditching another Torna, which means I feel like they might not actually be able to get out the Ace Breaker. A lone set monster is not going to be good enough. And we get a win. I had a hunch on it, and we follow through. So, even though we've lost 4 or 5 games in a row, 2 wins chained together at any point is a rank up. So let's see if we can do it or not. Bum, 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 bum. And of course, we are fighting another Yuga. I think in silver, we're going to see a lot of magician players. Alright, you know what? I am going to play my bosses out turn 1. I have a barrier for backup, and then even if they bring out a big enough monster to deal with the Tough Striker, they're really likely to summon a 1500 for the Magic Juggler. And then I can recycle the Aim Eagle, so if I ever draw into the Ace Breaker, I'll be able to use the effect. Okay. Oh, or sometimes they just won't draw out at all. We draw into Torn of the Windweaver. A absolutely fantastic pull here. But one thing that we do need to definitely be noting is that all 3 of our Pakachu are down already. Because that is definitely the card that we discard here for the flip. Magic Juggler, not the card we really wanted to be flipping. Would have preferred something with a little bit less attack points. Or fewer, I suppose is the correct term. So the face down is either Barrier or Curtain of Sparks. It is Sparks. And a Dory Auto we actually are not able to clear. Another reason we would have much preferred to flip over the Dory Auto. That said, if they didn't have any boss monsters last turn, or at least ones that they didn't want to summon out, they might still be in trouble. We do have a full field of back row. Here comes Shield and Sword. And that means our traps are going to be essentially useless here. We know if they play the Shield and Sword here, they are absolutely able to tribute off the Light Sorcerer. Okay, but that's it. They are playing around traps. And we don't need to use it here. We don't need the Pakachu in the deck just yet. Okay, interesting. How do we do this? I mean, we can already clear and clear. So I think we want to keep the Light Sorcerer around for later. We can Rhino. Rhino gives piercing to itself. And then Torna can flip. Okay. And we'll keep the Dark Sword in case they somehow manage to out this board. Battle. Inflict the piercing damage here. Clear the Doriado. And clear the Witch. We maintain all of our trap cards for later. And Curtain of Sparks is now online as well. It took a little bit for us to actually get a Spellcaster type monster into the graveyard. We see the immediate recovery force coming down. Probably to recycle the Witch and Sorcerer. Oh, we actually see them just go for a Doriado here. I wonder why you wouldn't put back the Light Sorcerer, though. Dealer discarding a Juggler. And we are in a pretty good spot. I mean, even a 7-zone Magician isn't that scary. Okay, Magic Curtain, but they are going way too low on life points. 7-zone Magician. Milling. But it's only 2,700. That is not enough to clear a Tough Striker. We just Curtain. And then we win the game on the spot. We're going to clear through the Mystic Dealer and end it. Even if that's a Widespread Ruin, it would not be enough. Let's head into the battle phase. Swing. And it's over. We managed to rank up for our first time in just under 45 minutes. Silver 4 up to Silver 5. Let's see if we're able to hit gold today. Personally, I think we're going to be able to get into gold and past gold 1 as well. I think it's definitely going to get a lot tougher, and it's already tough, but if we play enough games, we will eventually find the sequence we need. Just have to be persistent. Alright, here comes a Mimi. Oh, we have absolutely played against Hanan before. Let's see what they go for. Wait, that's not the one I clicked on. Okay, here we go. We have literally nothing. I think we want to keep the Eagle, since we have 2 boss monsters that actually utilize it. We'll just set everything else and pass. We definitely want the 2 beasts to be in the graveyard, as this means a Pocket 2 draw will be live. Mystic Dealer is another good one that we could have kept. But I think most of our spellcasters are good to draw here. They're just going in for the 600. That is not a very impressive start. And we actually get some pretty solid cards. Okay. How do we want to do this? I think Dark Magician comes in for sure. Then, it's a question of whether or not we want the Dark Sword Magician. Well, actually, okay, so we can do this, and then bring in the 1500 and have a full board. So, it's definitely worth it. Two 2500s means that Torna is going down even through a widespread ruin. And I mean, if I were them, and don't have any boss monsters in hand, I might even just wait on using widespread. They do not, though. Which, I mean, I'm fine with. It works out for me. Clear out one of their, presumably, Kanons. No, it was a Lamoon. Very interesting. We're pretty sure they just have a ton of low levels. So, we're in a spot where eventually they are going to draw a high level. But we can be establishing a strong enough board that they're going to struggle to do anything. I think if they are bricking, we want to keep the Dark Magician Girl in hand for now. Let's swing over a couple of monsters and see how it goes. Curry bot. As long as the other face down's not another curry bot, that is fine. Otherwise, we did give them a bonus card. They are setting some more and passing once again. But now we actually are getting access to some ways to get over this. So let's bring in the Cannon Rhino. There is the one 1400 Aqua, but all the other ones are going to have super low defense. So if we activate the effect, we can give Acebreaker Piercing. Then we can bring in Torna as well and discard the Dark Magician Girl to flip over a second monster. I'll choose this one. Swing in and let's see how it goes. We get in for a ton of damage. They are definitely surviving the turn. But we are in a pretty dominating position. With 3 trap cards to protect us, it should be really difficult for them to clear this board. Even an army of 2900 Dion Ketos are not good enough. And if they are just setting 3 another turn in a row, we just activate Torna, ditch this, switch you up, and that is game. So if we had flipped up a monster with too much attack for us to lethal through, we could have used Acebreaker and ditched 2 cards, and then just swung in directly with Dark Magician. Yeah, 16 minutes to find a match in King Games. There are going to be basically no players that have already reached it. You will be waiting quite a long time. And that gives us a nice little 3-game win streak. One more and we'd actually make it into gold. Out of nowhere. Alright, so we are in a rank up. 30 card deck. Could be anything. But regardless of what it is, we have a wonderful set 5 and pass board. Only thing, and we even have 2 normal beasts, so Pikachu is online. I mean, there's not much more we could have asked for. We don't have any Widespread Ruins in the deck because it is a card that costs opening packs, which is currently against the rules of the challenge. Okay, so they tribute set with 1 tribute. I mean, we just get rid of the 2 weak ones, bring in the Dark Sword Magician, and we could have a monster here with up to 1700 defense. So we are going to swing in with the Dark Sword Magician for safety's sake against an Axel Wonder Splat. It is Splat, of course, and now we get in for 2900, and we reveal that they have a face down barrier or curtain. So that is something we do want to be keeping in mind as we head into the future turns. We have plenty of tricks up our sleeve, including the Slive Pakachu if they manage to clear our board. However, if they are starting with just a lone Splat face down, they must have a ton of tribute monsters in hand. That said, you only need to 1 the level if you're on SAR and draw into a Witch and can just combo off from there. Turn of the Wind Weaver, not quite as good, though a 2400 that can change my battle positions is pretty strong. Okay, here comes the Witch. Expect a 7-zone Magician to be following suit, even if they don't search it out. I think they already have one in hand. No. Wow. Unexpected. The recovery force is also kind of odd here. Oh, like they could have just discarded this instead of losing another resource. I guess they just really wanted those monsters back in the deck. Phantom Bind. Interesting. 2400 and 2800 are pretty sub-optimal numbers. Like they can clear my weak monsters, I guess. But that's not really worth it. Double Silver Wolf. Interesting. Because I do need both Silver Wolf in order to clear the Witch, but then if they have Curtain of Sparks, I'm not able to clear the Magician without or just at all. Shield and Sword doesn't help, because I lose the most out of it. Do I have to just swing into the Witch? That might be the answer. Well, I could still trade that way. And then... Okay, let's do this. Shield and Sword, double Wolf, and we're gonna weaken the 7-zone Magician. This means we can now tie, throw you down, and then we want to play around with Curtain of Sparks and keep the Sword-on Magician alive. So we're going here. Battle phase, swinging for 700. Next, we let them use their trap card here. It was barrier. That is fine though. We still get to do the crash, and now we have a 2500 that we can defend with our life. Currently they have Wind and Dark in the graveyard, which is a 2700. Oh, but Mystic Dealer is going to give them a ton of extra attributes. We see Earth and Water already. Perhaps we do lose to a 7-zone Magician play. But if they've drawn back row, they might not have the critical mass of monsters that they need in order to make this work. We see a set and... Oh. If they had no high-level monsters, then they surely should have just set the dealer. Oh, congrats on finally finding your match, Riv. Alright. Our move. And we find Torna. Always a good one to see. Let's go ahead and get in a Tribute Summon. We can ditch the Paku. Flip this up. It's the Witch. And then, do we bring in the Dark Magician? I guess so, yeah. Because we definitely want to take out Witch. Alright, let's battle phase and see what happens. Try to beat over this. We could still be running into Widespread Ruin at any time. As the deck gets smaller, the tougher and tougher it becomes to actually win this game. Though we do have two 2500s, which means it should be basically impossible for them to fully clear. Like, even if they get a Witch and Magician, the Witch is only going to have 2800. And at 2800, we are able to block it off with our barriers. So hopefully we are able to make this work out for us. What do we even want to recycle? The Tough Striker could just be another boss monster. The Pocket Pikachu and the Torna are also good choices though. With them only having 1500 life, Torna becomes really appealing, since being able to switch a monster into attack mode is one way to end the game. They are thinking. We know they've already used their 7-zone Magician Church, so it shouldn't be super powerful. Hopefully we are able to make it happen. Alright, here comes Mystic Dealer. They are betting it on the next draw. Losing another low level. They are looking for those bosses. And here comes Witch, but do they have the Magician? They have to. Otherwise they wouldn't be bringing out a 2400. Here comes the 2800, plus a huge boost to the 7's Road Magician. 3600, uh-oh. I guess I might be able to actually just stop them from attacking entirely. Let's go ahead and return Torna into the deck. We will take some damage, but it's not that much. And they are going for another attack. Corona Sparks, definitely flipping it. They take 200. And now we have Dark Sorcerer as a potential route to victory. Let's see. If we aim Eagle and Paku, we can activate Aim Eagle, bring in this 3500 Ace Breaker, and seal this game. Definitely going to activate the effect here, ditch these two, and pop that 7-zone Magician. Now all we need to do is get over Dark Sorcerer. And 3500 for game. And with that, we went from losing 4 or 5 games in a row to making it into gold on a nice long win streak. I'll go ahead and send them a nice. And let's see how we can keep this up. I'll post the list, and this was still sub 1 hour. So it took us around 40 minutes for the first Silver 4 to Silver 5. And then we managed to get into gold just like 10 minutes later. Oh, I'm glad that you are having fun. Plus minus. I think playing with one copy of all the boss monsters is a pretty interesting twist on the gameplay. It does make things feel a little bit different. Alright, so we're probably gonna get rid of this Dark Magician for the Aim Eagle. But we draw exactly Aim Eagle, meaning we are no longer able to do so. We do have a barrier, so we're going to keep the Tough Striker in our hand so that we are able to activate the skill on turn number 4. Also, it's worth noting, our opponents have not been dropping a whole ton of widespread runes on us. And that face down card was not widespread. Very well could be a barrier or not widespread. Barrier or curtain. But it could also just be a spell. We will find out probably this turn. Alright, they are digging. But what are they looking for? Looks like high levels. Which makes sense, they do already have one monster on board as fodder. Magical Stream, unfortunately, is going to be able to destroy our own barrier. Which, at this point in the game, is actually still kind of useful. Against stuff like a weakened Seven Zone Magician. But they actually managed to just roll into 5 unique elements on turn 3. So we are going to be taking a ton of damage here. We do know that they Mystic Dealered earlier, so they should have the levels that they need already. But they are recovery forcing anyway, which is interesting. Doriado, sure. And Seraph. And a second SRM. This is basically a perfect hand. That being said, we do survive. Oh, but without our barrier, we're not able to use the skill. So it all comes down to our draws. Pretty sure we do not have any beasts in the graveyard. So, Pakachu, throw this down. Dark Magician Girl. Gonna need a set monster for protection. And here we go. 400 damage, not a whole ton. Corona Sparks is definitely not going to be enough to save us from the SRM's attack. So it really comes down to how strong the other monsters are. Though, I'm pretty sure this is just game. Here comes a witch. You know what, I'm just gonna turn this off and let them go for it. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Yeah, this has a way more than 500 attack. Luckily, since we already did the rank up game, we can lose as many times as we want in a row at the bottom of the gold rank 1 ladder. We will never actually derank. And then we just need the win streak to make up for the losses, and we move on to the next part. Let's go ahead and queue into another duel. See how it goes. Luckily, since we're still relatively early into the month, or I guess I should say, since we have not hit King of Games, it's very easy for us to find opponents. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. We can use Ultimate Bond here, but there's not much of a point. So Lesser Dragon indicates this should be a Gravity Pest Dragon with 1000 defense. They could have a barrier. Which means I think Silverwolf into the 1500 attacking is the right play. And this is even going to set up Pikachu for future turns. So bring you out, and Avant Wolf attacks the face down monster. Let's see what they got. They do go for a barrier. But that's interesting. What could they possibly have said? I was right. I specifically did this to play around the barrier. Yet they activated it anyway. When it didn't save their card. Seems like a really poor decision on Dragon King's part. However, we are playing against Dragonic Resonance. We can lose at any time for any reason. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Okay. And of course, Dragonic Slayer is gonna run right through Acebreaker. But if we draw another boss for a turn, oh, and that is a perfect draw. Shield and Sword, reducing Slayer to 0. And then Dark Magician can come in here and clean up the game. Obviously, we do need to play around them having a random widespread that they are saving for later. But they do go ahead and just drop the Concede. Looks like they probably didn't draw all too well, all things considered. Opening with double barrier, probably. And just one low level. Bum 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 bum. Okay. We open a little bit awkward, but it's possible. Okay. We also need to consider that against a Roa, heavy metal is kind of just game. But I'd rather lose fast than try to drag this out. Let's bring in barrier and pass. Bum ba ba bum ba 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 bum. Bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum. Alright, 3 sets is probably pretty good for us. And now we can figure out what deck they're actually on as we start beating up their monsters. We're definitely going to keep the Pikachu for later. Bring in Silverwolf, summon out DMG, and let's set the Shield and Sword as well. If this is Royal Rebels, this card can definitely turn things around for us. Let's swing in. Alright, and they are probably a Hammer Crush Deal deck. They do have something like, yeah, Widespread Ruin. And we pass. And that means we are actually in a pretty not great position. Our board state is fine against a Royal Rebel deck, but is not looking good against a Hammer Crush Agrolist. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. They even hit the shield and sword. I'd say that's fine because we get to keep our trap card. But realistically, any boss monster is going to be beating over this stuff even without, even with the 400. Yeah, so barrier is completely useless here. I'm just gonna let them destroy everything. For sure. We are a little bit under half health, but I guess we do actually have a chance to come back now. Our beast engine is online, and if we draw into boss monsters, we could actually do something. Acebreaker is probably not optimal. Let's see here. Well, this is actually fine. Okay, so we bring in the Acebreaker, and then we can crash into the Thunder and clear one of the others. Let's summon out our bosses here. Set this Silverwolf for sure. Go like this. Battle phase. Prima Katana goes down. Silverwolf takes out Thunder, and the all-seeing white tiger will have a mutual destruction with itself. Very thematic. Now, with a Curtain of Sparks, things actually change a bit. If they summon Ancient Ice Dragon as they're out to Acebreaker, we're going to cause a draw. And if they summon Dragius, they actually won't be able to beat Acebreaker, even if they use a card like Light Sorcerer. We do see the Pikachu. And a double boss board could be an issue. But I think we can survive. Obviously, Ancient Ice Dragon now is going to be a clear. So funnily enough, we are hoping for Dragius. Summon Skull is fine. That's a 2500. And they're just going for it like this, which is quite dangerous. I think I will use my barrier here. Oh, welcome. Thank you, Conda Proto. We're definitely going to be putting back a boss monster here. This should scare them off from using Summon Skull. And the next turn we can actually use Acebreaker to destroy Summon Skull for, well, not for free. Oh, Diabolic King Beetle. Oh, and welcome, Zafallen. Good to see you again as well. How is your Beetle going? Presumably you all were playing that. So I can double Silverwolf if I want to. But first I think, let's Acebreaker. Get rid of the cards I know I don't care about. 1 and 2. The Summon Skull goes down for free. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna Silverwolf, debuff them by 400, and then I think this is lethal. I haven't actually done the math, so I could be wrong here for sure. But one way to find out, and that's just clicking the attack button. Let's see, so that's 3,000, 4,100. Yeah, this is perfect. We should be just a little bit over lethal. 2,300, exactly. The Silverwolf activations came in. Though, I guess if we didn't deal the 400, we could have had the 1,500 out either. So either way, it would have been a victory. Beetle was fun, real silly guy hours. So what bosses were you pairing with the Beetle? I know I've seen people do it with Dragius. I've seen people do it with Noodles. And some other options as well. Oh, welcome Shadow Garden. Didn't notice you initially. Bum, 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 bum. And we are going into our next battle. I will say, Beetle probably not a super meta threat, but neither is the deck we are playing here today. So if you all are fans of wacky deck lists, you're in for a treat. Bum, bum, ba, 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 bum. Jokey's and Seven's Magician. Still new, don't have a ton of cards yet. Yeah, okay, well, I mean, those are still pretty good cards to be running it with, to be completely honest. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Okay, so we don't have access to set up the beast line, so I think the Pocket Pikachu going into the graveyard early is the correct play, as if we draw a second Pocket Pikachu on the next turn, we can use it. Mystic Dealer might be needed to unbrick, but I'm expecting them to summon a boss monster, so I want to actually be playing this Dark Sword Magician rather than just filtering it away. So let's pass here and keep our two strongest cards. Avant Wolf, being at 1500, could be able to help us out against cards like Doriado or Fire Golem that could show up on a Yuga board. Or maybe they just set 4 and pass. This will give us a little bit of an advantage here. And keeping the Avant Wolf in hand comes up with Cannon Rhino. That said, I don't care about this Magic Juggler, so we are going to go ahead and ditch it for another card with Mystic Dealer. Barrier is a fantastic draw. Let's get rid of these two. Bring in the Avant Wolf. Tribute. And then Cannon Rhino is going to gain Piercing. Notably, this piercing damage is going to be able to apply even if the opponent has Widespread Ruin, as Dark Sword Magician would take the hit. We also don't want to get hit by any barriers though, so let's start by swinging into this face down. We get a ton of damage, and now we can test for back row. Looks like it is a bluff. Yuga decks are often on Recovery Force, and they might even have Magical Stream or something instead. This seems similar to the Agalist, but you run a machine top end. So, this deck is, actually, so you're a brand new player, or relatively new, right? So this is one copy of every structure deck, and free cards in Shield and Sword and Dark Magician. A lot of players do have access to 2 copies of Acebreaker, but that's a limited time promotion. So, if I were a brand new player trying to get to King of Games, I would be running probably the extra Acebreaker, the extra Tough Striker, etc. But this is a time-limited promotion, so I'm doing it with just the structure decks. No pack pulls, no bundles. That's a 2800, right? That seems like a really poor decision on their part when they have a 7-sword Magician right there, letting me get the KO for free. Oh, welcome Venex. Hope you're having a good evening. So I do end up losing both of my boss monsters, but getting rid of their witch is also a boon. We draw into some pretty interesting guys here. Silverwolf, Silverwolf. Let's get some debuffing going on. Now, how do we actually want to do it, though? So we're pretty sure they have something like a curtain of... No, wait, it was a bluff. It was a bluff last turn. So we can debuff each one once, since they don't have a trap card. Then we bring in Dark Magician. And then the Light Sorcerer can do an additional debuff. The card that we really need to make sure we actually take out is 7-sword Magician. So we will put the debuff on it, just in case they were doing some shenanigans with their cards last turn. Let's head into the battle phase and see if we can't clear through this. Dark Magician Girl, take out 7-sword Magician, and we get in for another 1500. Perfect. End turn. And now we have the Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl on field. Funnily enough, we had 3 debuffs that turn. So even if the Witch was around, our Avant Wolf would have been able to clear it after a Silver Wolf or Light Sorcerer. And we are in a good spot. We know they are playing 7's Axel Road, so they do have the ability to make another strong board relatively simply. But if they don't manage to draw the exact cards they need, we can hopefully finish this off. We see Splat, which is not the witch that I think they needed. 2400 is not a ton of damage. We see a tribute set. That could be 1000 defense if it's a witch or a Torna, but it could also be 1700 defense from another Splat. Let's draw for turn. Okay, another Silver Wolf. Very interesting. Doesn't look like we're going to be getting a ton of use out of it, though. So, we can bring in the Tough Striker. And then the Tiger, I guess. So, we could also have gotten the Aim Eagle into our hand. But they don't have any level 7s on board, so it doesn't seem worth it. I'd rather just solidify the position like this. We have enough life points where a 7-zone magician attacking the Silver Wolf is not lethal. So, let's go here. Then, we technically haven't seen their legend card yet, so this could be the 1800 Valkyria. That said, I'm gonna go this way. It was a 1700, I was correct. And then this one's much less likely. Oh, but it is indeed Valkyria. Just like I said it could be. But I figured there was a much higher chance this card was Splat than the odds of this card being Valkyria. Which is why I made the play I did. Welcome. How's everyone doing tonight? I think it's been pretty good. We are slowly but surely getting in some climbing. We got a raid earlier from a Beetle player, which I kind of wish I was watching that stream. Alright, here comes the Magic Curtain. They have just 100 life left. Is this where they make their comeback? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Activate the Magic Curtain into the Concede. Maybe they didn't have a way to clear out the Mystic Dealer and realize they were not winning. And with that, we are gold rank 2 in under an hour and a half. We are slowly but surely heading up the ranks. And it's actually been a huge win streak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. No. 1, 2, 3. I missed that one in the middle. But 3 wins, getting us up to gold 2. Hopefully we are able to keep it up. As I said before though, when we lost our first game in gold 1, if we're gonna lose, it's best to do it at the start, right after we've hit the next rank. Since it doesn't actually affect our progress towards ranking up in any way. Alright, so we open with a boss monster and a back row. Seems reasonable. Though it is a lot weaker going second, especially against a Mimi, as Disco Fever is able to clear 2500 with relative ease. I guess we are mostly hoping for them to summon out an attack mode monster we can beat over with the Acebreaker after applying our debuff. Oh, enjoy your popcorn. Alright, and they are activating out the Dion Keto. So the question is, do they have back row as well? They are healing with a Flame Cerberus, and they do have the back row. So we really want another beast to be able to play around barriers. And we actually draw exactly that. Oh, but we have Ultimate Bond as well. Very interesting. I think we Silver Wolf. We definitely do the debuffing. Silver Wolf effect active. We milled the Aim Eagle. That's a disaster. So I guess I messed up anyway, since Aim Eagle needed another light on board, and I didn't have it. Looks like their face down was not a trap, so we are fine. But boy, that was scary. Oh wait, no, yeah, so if we didn't have the... If we didn't mill Aim Eagle, I could have put a card back. I could have like recycled the Silver Wolf and then summoned out the Aceberger at 3,500. So barrier does mean we are probably taking a big hit here. 2,100 is just enough to overcome my barrier here. But here comes a third Flame Cerberus. One of them is even prismatic. And then summon Skull. Okay, very funny. We will turn this off. No need to use our barrier there. Another Silver Wolf is convenient for sure. Let's go ahead and debuff this thing by 400. And then we will... We could keep this Paku for later. Or we could get aggressive. The thing is that we get punished really hard by widespread. But I mean, that's true either way. So let's just go for it. If it's just a barrier, I'm kind of fine with it. I will definitely take the 2,800 direct. Let's see what happens. Right, looks like it's another bluff card. And at just 2,000 life, we have a solid advantage. Seahorse Carrier activating the effect. Now the thing with Disco Fever is that they can either defeat the Dark Sword Magician or they can run over the low levels. It should be difficult for them to do both. Though the field spell actually does help them with the Dark Sword Magician. However, oh, okay, never mind. They have the Triple Threat Thunder, and Dark Sword Magician is going straight down to 0. They don't have the, they don't have the Dion Keto, which is nice. That is 600. We let that one happen. 1,700 into a 1,300. We are going to Curtain of Sparks. And we are putting... Oh, we don't actually shuffle anything. I always forget that you don't shuffle anything away when you use it. I want to barrier here to get more high-level monsters into my deck. I'm going to choose the Ace Breaker since it's the best one, and it's buffed by the field spell. Alright, we didn't draw quite what we were looking for. But Shield and Sword is a blowout card against this deck. Both of these monsters are being reduced to just 200 attack, and we get Dark Magician Girl plus Rhino. Before we do that, let's use Silver Wolf's effect to reduce this all the way down to 0. Bring in Boss Monster number 1 and Boss Monster number 2, both of which are not affected by the Shield and Sword. And then we swing in 4 game, but now they do have a trap card. What will it be? Widespread Ruin does give them another turn. But if it's only a barrier, it's not enough. It is a barrier. They'll survive the hit, but they are going down now. Rhino takes out the Seahorse server for game. And that is another victory for the Ultra free-to-play deck. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, congrats on finishing work. Hopefully it wasn't too tough of a day for you. Alright, so we are opening with a ton of low levels. Obviously going first would have been better, but we'll take what we can get. Bum 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 bum. Alright, so they are bringing out their monsters with no fear on turn 1. And unfortunately, they will not be getting punished as we don't have anything. All we can do is pass the turn. Jay says, I fear Rush. Why are you afraid of Rush? Bum 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 bum. Okay. Luckily, they don't actually have any damage coming in. And with 3 cards in hand, I think if we do actually manage to somehow clear this, we should be in a good spot. Torna is progress. Very slow progress. But it is possible to actually do something now. We could light source, but we don't need to. I think we wolf. Torna. Torna effect. Ditch this. Switch this one. And then set. And we try to beat over the Magician. Oh, but we aren't able to. So we are going to be taking 400 here and a lot more on the next turn. Unfortunately. Oh, thank you for the follow, Jay. Oh, not reading chat, sorry. Oh wow, they put out a very strong word. I got distracted for a second and then I turned back and they have established a board I have absolutely no hope of ever defeating with this deck. Sorry I skipped over the 7-0 animation for you. Silver Wolves. Now, I feel like there is actually a Dark Magician in here. So, what can I do with that information? Nothing. Okay. Let's bring in the Dark Magician Girl of our own. We get in for the cool 400 damage. And then, it's up to them to just beat me up with the 7-Zone Magician again. Bum, 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 bum. Yep, they do just swing right in. Obviously my barrier is not going to do anything for me there. So we don't want a barrier here either. And 2 Dark Magician Girl is pretty threatening. That said, both of us are starting to kind of run low in deck space. So maybe there's something I can do there. Interestingly, we do draw into Shield and Sword, which would let the Rhino actually beat over the Magician. I mean, I think that seems worth it. Okay, so Shield and Sword. Then Special Summon Dark Sword. Aim Eagle. Into Cannon Rhino. And we save the Juggler, so we draw fewer cards on the next turn. Battle. See if we're able to defeat the SRM like this. If they use a barrier or something, I don't mind. But if they are saving a barrier, I don't want to lose my Dark Sword. That is how I'm staying alive. So I can't risk it. Bum 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 bum. Alright, obviously I am going to let that attack through. But do they just end turn here? Is the question. They do. Another Dark Magician. I definitely don't want this thing entering the graveyard at any point. We need to barrier. And, I mean, if it was widespread, they should have used it last turn already. So we're going to swing into Gazelle here. It was widespread, huh? Then I guess we lose. I feel like they had a chance to activate it last turn when I attacked, but they didn't. I mean, I guess I could have just sat there for 6 turns and tried to win that way. So that's my fault. I shouldn't have even bothered attacking. So we are restarting our attempt at a 3-win streak to get into gold 3. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, this is awful. Hopefully we are able to at least just survive the turn. Theoretically, we could have used the Mystic Dealer to filter out a little bit. But I mean, having 2 bosses is also potentially useful in the future. Though, okay, so Mystic Dealer ditching the Dark Magician is probably the right play. It gives me a chance to draw into another low-level monster, and then I contribute it off for the Torna anyway. Whereas here, I am just going to get kind of beaten up. Twin-Eyes Dragon is an interesting one. Though if they just swing in with the Dragorite, we are in trouble. Yeah, they do. Okay, so we're just gonna take the full damage. I'd rather keep the trap card for later. It's also, theoretically a good plan to barrier on the Twin Edge, as it counts as an 800 debuff. And they are pretty likely to draw into a Slayer at some point. And since they didn't summon any boss monsters, our Darksword Magician is actually sitting here useless. Let's bring out our own monsters and do what we can. I think pretty obvious we bring in Dark Magician rather than Dark Sword. We will clear the more important monsters, being the Twin Edge and the Dragorite. However, we are in danger of a Dragonic Pressure kind of just coming out of nowhere and ending our lives. So we'll have to see. Bum bum ba 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 bum bum bum. Bum ba 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 bum bum bum. Alright, here is the Dragonic Slayer. So unfortunately my back row is going down. And so is the rest of my board. I could have played this better. For sure. And the game would have been a lot different actually, yeah. So chalk this one up to my misplay. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Okay, here's how we can still win. We concede. Darksword Magician coming in. And then we just set the rest. We basically need them to not try to hunt any high-level monsters for quite some time. And for that to be, like, a Dragon's Inferno or something. So the reason we weren't able to summon this in attack mode is with only 600 life points, a Dragonic Slayer can just be summoned, boost up, and swing in for 1200. Whereas with the Darksword Magician, we would only be taking 300 damage. Bum, 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 bum. Here is a Slayer, just like I was talking about. That said, a Twin Edge Dragon would still be able to end the game. So we... Oh, or Dragius. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. Assuming they have any other low level. And that is game. Bum, ba, 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 bum, bum, bum. Here comes Dragius and game. No problem. We will get them on the next one. That was a pretty bad hand. And I could have played it much better. I think if I actually played that well, I probably could have won that game. Even with... So, don't blame the deck or them running something really good. Keep in mind, they didn't actually summon any boss monsters turn 1. So it's possible that even if I just summoned the Torrent in attack mode, that I would have been able to win. It wouldn't have been the right play, but it could have been the winning line in that situation. Alright, we open another few boss monsters here. But we do have an aim eagle grab. Unfortunately, they do have 2 back row here, which could be an issue. We're definitely going to use Ultimate Bond. I guess we just ditch the barrier. And since they actually have a level 7 this time, we are able to use it. Let's bring in Acebreaker. And now we actually have a pretty tough decision. We can either use Acebreaker's effect to destroy this even if they have a Widespread Ruin, or we can summon Dark Magician Girl and have a much better board state. That said, I'm a fan of using the effect, so let's go for it. They do flip over the widespread, and we are probably going to lose this game. But it's kind of a lose-lose situation, so it's kind of rough. Here comes Dion Keto, that is 3200. But it can be even more if they have multiple low-level monsters. They do not. But with 7,000 life points to my 1,400, I am not seeing this turning around. Shield and Sword can reduce the Boogie Master to just 1,000, which, I mean, is technically low enough. Let's bring in some monsters and see what we can do. Note that another boss monster does just kind of instantly end the game, as would even non-boss monsters. Here's a couple of Kanons. Boosted up with Disco Fever is going to run over this board. So low levels kill me and high levels kill me. We need them to brick. That's our win condition. Bum, 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 bum. Right, here comes the reincarnation. And with a Seahorse Carrier, I don't see us surviving this turn. Alright, definitely doing a little bit more than they needed, but they are going to get there all the same. Awesome, nice, and we will queue in again. Keep it going until we hit at least gold 3, for sure. This deck has been a ton of fun to play, and I am enjoying it. Hopefully you all are as well. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, up against another Roa. Alright, we are going first and have a pretty solid opening hand for passing things along. Unfortunately, Pakachu is not live, so we'll keep a Magic Juggler in case we drop into the Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. Okay, Kime Ruler is going to be dealing quite a ton of damage. They also have set up a Kraybot and a King's Majesty for the future, which is kind of frustrating. But, we do still have the Silver Wolf. I guess we can bring in the Dark Sword Magician. 1500. And then lose to the barrier. Let's go. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Swing for the 300. We pass here, and it is not looking good for us once again. Bum 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 bum. Here comes another Kime Ruler. Our barrier doesn't really do anything. Though maybe I do want to recycle that that Dark Sword Magician so we can get more boss monsters on board. Though saving it for when I actually summon something like an Ace Breaker might have been the better play. Not that we even draw anything here. Welcome, GGGQ. I am low on life, so I don't want to play down this Light Sorcerer. I'd rather debuff with Silver Wolf rather than pay the 300 life. There is a chance for the third Kime Ruler to come in and end the game, but it is what it is. Here comes a Black Dragon Chick, so they can get a full field of powerful monsters. Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum. Alright, to back row, and there we go. That is game. Send them a nice. And we will continue the loss streak in the next game. If we try really hard, we can lose every game tonight. We just have to believe. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. せっかくルークとラッシュデュエルができるんだ。僕は全力で僕のロードを突き進むつもりだよ。約束しろ、ユウガ。どんなことがあろうとも行くよ、ラッシュデュエル。モンスターを伏せるぜ。モンスタードカード。最初からアクセル全開。これからだぜ。ターンエンドだ。So we have a Torna, which could let us get in for some damage. But is it worth it? I mean, I guess so. I feel like we're just really opening ourselves up to a unfun crackback here. So the reason I'm discarding Barrier is if they are on Resonance, there's a pretty good chance of a Slayer coming in and making this useless. But they are on a Dragoncaster build, so maybe that barrier would have been helpful to save my juggler from an incoming 1500. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, this appears to be going pretty well. I will bring in the Ace Breaker. And the question is whether or not to actually use the Dark Magician or not. Because this is lethal, and it plays a little bit better around, it deals more damage through widespread, and lets me keep a boss monster in hand, and keeps the Torna on field in case they somehow survive the turn, and I need to use it next turn. Looks like it ultimately didn't end up mattering all too much as we claim our first victory in a while. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Huh. A bunch of tribute sets. I mean, I could have used the Torna here, but I feel like having the protection is actually pretty relevant. I'm also not expecting the set monsters to actually have any defense points. Okay, nice. And that works out just as planned. Welcome, Sakiviyute. Hope you're having a good evening, or morning, or afternoon. Unfortunately, they do have the Seahorse Carrier, and are bringing in some pretty big guns. Heavy Metal, and of course, this deck does not run Widespread Ruin, so I do not have the out here. And with Genie's Fire Breath, I'm going to be bricking a little bit more on the next turn. I'm not going to waste my barrier here. We're just going to draw and see what we get. That is not good enough. So what we can do is just set our whole hand and wait for later. Tribute over this one. Set this. Is there anything we need to shuffle back? I mean, Torna is actually an out to Heavy Metal, so we might want to use the barrier at some point just to do that. That's fine. I could actually cut into sparks to keep the tiger alive. Yeah, I have to lose the Dark Magician Girl for sure. But I feel like keeping the monster alive could actually be useful. So I'm gonna use the curtain. Just see how it goes. Because I'm thinking if I draw into and strong enough out, I can kind of play around this. Shield and Sword is pretty good. And I have just enough other monsters to make this work. Unfortunately, having a tribute monster would have been quite nice here. I am going to weaken the Thunder to Thunder. Go in here. Beat up the Heavy Metal for sure. And I think they do have a trap. But I'd rather get it out of the way now. Oh, huh. I wonder why they wouldn't have used it there. I have plenty of beasts, so Fanabine would have worked. Bear would have worked. I mean, we know they used Widespread. Okay, wait, maybe they didn't. I guess they are keeping Widespread Ruin for a future turn when I have a more threatening monster. I really thought I ran into it already. I must be getting confused with a previous game. 1:45 a.m. That is pretty, well, I don't know. Is that late or early? Because it depends on your perspective. So I do have 2 Pog Pikachu here. So as long as I survive the turn, I can start making plays afterwards. I will take this. And then I can either keep the monster on board, or I can keep it, but I have a Pog Pikachu, so I guess I don't actually even want to. How about Wolf? It's not an out. But I need to keep the Aim Eagle just in a case. So, set 3, and we pass it over. Bum, 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 bum. Summon Skull. Unfortunately, we've already used Shield and Sword, which is our main way of getting over Royal Bubble boss monsters. And I am reasonably confident that they have a Widespread Ruin. So things are not looking great for us. We get the Ace Breaker. Pog Pikachu can use the effect. Return 1 to deck. Add to hand. Aim Eagle. Effect. I could use the effect here. So I'm pretty sure they have a Widespread Ruin. And that is an issue. How many of their bosses have they used? 1 Heavy Metal. Well, can destroy this. 1 growl, 2 growls, and 2 heavy metals. Do they have another one of each? I mean, almost definitely. But I can't hit the widespread, so I have to end. Here comes the Hammer Crush. So I am losing a trap card. But I think if they're doing this, there's a chance... Oh, never mind. I thought that if they were going for the Hammer Crush, it might mean that they were hoping to crash the Summon Skull, but they have the Heavy Metal, so we are simply going to die. And that's fair enough. It was a bit of an uphill battle. And Duel. Let's go for another one. Bum, 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 bum. We do have the Current of Sparks, but we don't actually have any spellcast to tribute off for Dark Magician Girl. That being said, it's not a very powerful boss monster, so I am going to put it down anyway. You could argue for placing this in attack mode because there's a good chance we're in a mirror match, and having the 2500 body when they activate their own skill would be pretty interesting. However, we are seeing a red medicine player, so hopefully this means their deck is a little bit suboptimal. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so Dragius does kind of beat us up. No need to use Curtain here. We do have a Shield and Sword, so if we draw into a boss monster, we have a pretty solid chance. Tough Striker does work. And we have a trap already, so we're going to go ahead and activate the skill and get rid of our barrier. Summon 1 and 2. I don't think we need to use Shield and Sword since we're getting the 1000 attack point boost, so I am fine with just running into it normally. Though, that said, we could have used Silver Wolf to bring it down to 1300 so that even if they have a widespread, yeah, I could have played this better. I could have guaranteed the Dragius was cleared if I used the spell. I just didn't think about it because I'm like, oh, this is enough damage. But they can have a trap card, and it's Recital. Yeah, exactly the issue. Whereas if I had brought it down to 1300, we'd be able to crash and then swing in afterwards. So we are now dealing with an extra Dragius that we didn't need to. I am definitely off of my game today. I think the Aqua deck is relatively strong. I'm not sure if I would say it is the best deck in the game, though. Okay, so Heavy Metal. but they didn't tribute a high level monster. So it's just a vanilla 2500, which I am fine with. I should be able to keep my Tough Striker around for the next turn, which is the important part. Let's see what they go for. They swing in with this, and unfortunately I do have to use the Curtain of Sparks here. So if they want to crash into the Tough Striker, they can, but they definitely aren't going to. They are just going to swing 1 and 2. Our move. We know the other card is Hammer Crush, so we don't have to play around anything. Let's just Silver Wolf. Activate the effect, it'll go down to 2300 and we get a clean clear of the Dragius, though it is a turn late. Hopefully this isn't a 1400. Oh, it's 1800. Even better. It wasn't a 1400. So we're fine. Alright, we see an Axel Wonder Splat, but they aren't on 7's Axel Road, they're on Hammer Crush Deal, so we don't have to worry about it getting too strong. I think we're fine this turn. Um, 1900, still okay. I mean, if they bring out a 2 defeat monster, we would be in a little bit of trouble here. But it's gonna be fine. We just simply have to believe hard enough. Here comes Splat, boosting itself up to 1800. Oh, boosting the Sanctity instead. 1600 into 1300 is barrier range. So let's go for it, and I'll take Dark Magician Girl. We have Dark Magician in the graveyard, so it's better that way. 1400 can clear out the Silver Wolf. But now they are down a card, and I'm going to be able to take out Valkyria on the next turn. Also, it's pretty interesting, they still haven't actually used the Hammer Crush. Even though they have 2 cards they weren't able to play this turn. Or otherwise at least did not choose to play. Dealer. Ace Breaker. Wolf. And that is going to be 5,300. They are going to survive this turn with 100 life points, unless I've done the math wrong. I probably could have killed them with the shield and sword, to be completely honest. Welcome, Sarah. Congrats on the early King of Games. Dragon Casters does seem like a pretty strong deck, so it makes sense. I don't remember. Did you get multiple copies of the structure deck, or are you just using 1 Light Sorcerer? Or maybe it's some other variant of Dragon Caster. Bum 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 bum. Alright, they are thinking. It is worth noting, I can lose here. I can lose to the red medicine player. So, Never think a game's gonna be super easy. Shield and Sword into a 7/7 Magician ends it. They could make the 100 life point comeback. All they need is a bit of a lucky draw. Bum 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 ba 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 bum bum bum. And they are disconnecting very well. I will take it. We finally get another win in here. I think that is... I think we lost the previous game, but we might have won the one before that. Or maybe we're just in such a long loss streak, I forgot. No, we won 2 out of 3. I will take it. And we will go into the next one. Bum 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 bum. Okay, and we will try again. Game thought that opponent would be too scared by our overwhelming power. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay. We have a Torna, so we could theoretically get over a set 3 board. But would we even want to? Okay, and they're just bringing them right out. They have no fears of bringing in the Yami Ruler. And 2 back row to boot. This is not looking great for us. We will be setting our hand and passing. Let's see what they got. Bum 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 ba 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 bum. We see the attack position go. They are clearly bringing in another tribute summon. They also have access to the Red Eyes. So I would be expecting a regular tribute summon of it. That way they can keep the chicken hand to reuse later. This Yami Ruler has piercing. And there's not much I can do about it. This is definitely going to be a very tough game to come back from, especially since they have 3 back row for me to try to muscle my way through. I'm not really sure how we're gonna be doing that. We can actually bring in the Dark Sword Magician, but it is going to be dying like with the swiftness. I mean, we can barrier. So we could actually keep it alive, which is interesting. Since without the Red Eyes, I mean... Alright, you know what? We are just going to sit here and end. Wait for them to make a move. We have our back row. We can protect Dark Sword Magician. Sarah says using only Seven's Road and Drakias, attacking card, not using the new structured deck cards. Okay, fair enough. Shield and Sword is going to blow out this Dark Sword Magician. Unfortunately, Barrier is not enough. Especially not with Yami Ruler. Bum, bum, bum. I guess technically I could have used my barrier and kept the Dark Magician Girl alive. But there also wouldn't have really been a point for it. Since I don't have the Dark Magician in the graveyard, so it's only going to be 2,000. And this is getting kind of frustrating. I think I'm just going to try to mentally reset by giving him a surrender. Definitely got off to the wrong foot there and struggled to get back into it. Most opponents using Magician Shuffle and Dragons. I mean, I think that makes sense. The Magicians are new, so a lot of people are going to be playing it. And then Dragons are Dragons, very good, and a lot of people have already invested in them. I'm just going to set my cards. And I guess if we just hope we're against a Royal Bubble deck, we might just be able to use Shield and Sword and win the game. But if they're playing aggro with the Hammer Crush and everything, I don't know. Alright, they hit the barrier. But then they just end, which is interesting. Juggler, I guess that's the one we keep around. And we'll just bring in an Alvant Wolf, and we'll start making a move. I think if they had boss monsters, they would have been fine to summon them. So, let's go in and see what happens. The Hammer Crush probably means that they were bricking on whatever it was. Face down card should be a spell. Oh, and we're against Noodles. That is a deck that definitely wants to just kind of wait things out. So I can see where they're coming from here. If I recklessly just continue to attack a set 3 pass board, they will eventually kind of just draw into a 6,000 damage combo. But, I think I do want to attack for now. Interesting. I'm pretty sure those were all the same card. They drew all 3 copies of stock. Okay. Notably, they are on the 1400 Kanon here, so I think... Oh, Noodle Heart Boost does allow it, huh? It's, level 5 monsters. Okay. Huh. Oh, it's not level 7. So Noodle Heart Boost traditionally doesn't have any good ways of piercing. So I think if we just keep some monsters around, we should be okay. And eventually we'll draw into something like Torna. Okay. Mm-hmm. I mean, if I destroy all of their face downs, they would eventually brick. Right? Like, there's a chance that they draw the two, noodly boys, but they're not able to actually summon them because I've destroyed all of their stuff. Okay. Sure. I don't know. Maybe I should have been more aggressive. It's like they'll run out of low-level monsters eventually. Huh. Unfortunately, the Rhino isn't able to use the effect. So we are just kind of waiting around. Oh wait, but they haven't dropped any Seahorse Carriers. So they are guaranteed to bring out as many of these noodly boys as they want. We are just gonna lose. We're gonna get OTK'd. What's gonna happen is they're going to draw into... Yeah, Seahorse Carrier, Noodle, and then KO. I guess when he had the deck advantage, I could have just swapped to defense mode. And then Shield and Sworded on a future turn. Yeah, so this is the combo. I knew it was coming, but I still didn't play around it because I'm bad at Yu-Gi-Oh! Mm-hmm. And you can see they are at significantly high enough attack, even before the noodle art. Chrono Sparks doesn't do anything, by the way. We'll see what we can do next time. I do enjoy the Ojama King playmat and sleeves. We'll see how it goes. Looks like they are bringing out a turn 1 Dragonic Slayer, so they probably have a trap card to back it up. And they do. Which is, of course, unfortunate. I don't want to stick around for that. Let's just see what happens next. Okay, we saw I think that was a gold KC cup. So they've probably done pretty good at Yu-Gi-Oh! In the past. And we brick. I will be surrendering this one as well. Go ahead, send them the nice. And see if maybe the next game will finally be our chance to turn things around. Bum, 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 bum. bum. So I could summon the Ace Breaker, but that seems really risky against a Roa player. One heavy metal, and we would be taken out. No need to use the barrier. Next turn, we're going to try to aim Eagle to respond to their board. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Am I in pain? No, Renegade, I am definitely not in King of Games yet. I am in, like, Gold 2, I think. Am I playing with one copy of the new structure deck? It's not just the new structure deck, it's one copy of all of the structure decks. Sorry I didn't see the thing earlier. Am I in pain? It's fine. I wasn't expecting this to be a smooth climb. Okay, so we do need to clear this Dragius, one way or another. So let's start with Ultimate Bond. What we're gonna do is reveal Ace Breaker, and we get extra monsters by returning Barrier to the deck. Then we can bring out Aim Eagle and a Juggler. They have a level 7, which means Ace Breaker is safe to come in. And it'll get the boost. What are the odds it's widespread? I mean, I think taking the guaranteed Dragius out is always worth it. And then I'm going to set this Overfang just in case they blow up the Ace Breaker with widespread. I don't want to have a random 1200 attack monster on the board. This is good enough for the turn. Let's see how it goes. Bum, 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 bum. Magic Juggler. They must have a boss monster. No. They saw the attack position Mystic Dealer into the Ace Breaker and said, this seems like a good idea. I'm gonna do another one. So they must have something, right? Like, there's no way. I could also Mystic Dealer here if I wanted to be funny. And I do like living for the memes. So let's Dealer. Maybe we'll get a better draw than they did. Sparks is not bad. Avant Wolf. Activate the effect. We are going to be beating up the Magic Juggler for free. 1, 2. Pop this. Throw down a face down. Battle. And see if we can get in over the Mystic Dealer. And we do. Which is even more confusing. I thought for sure I was going to get hit by widespread if they were bothering to summon 2 attack mode monsters like that. Okay, Phantom Bind, sure. We can pass turn. Renegade says, still undefeated with 7's XL Road after adding the structure deck cards, beyond a 10-win streak if the rankings didn't reset. Congrats on the great start. My 7's XL Road testing has not been nearly as successful. I keep drawing random hands with only like one monster and then a bunch of tributes. So I know it's just RNG because I'm not actually running like 15 boss monsters. Dragius is coming in, but this is fine actually. We enter the battle phase and they walk right into Corona Sparks. They don't even bother to take out another monster first. So that is probably going to be game. Unless I lose connection. Which appears to be the case. I am currently losing connection when all I need to do is attack and win. And that is pretty frustrating. For sure. It says I'm connected, but we lose the game. Everything had gone right. Is my stream still online? It says it is, so it was only the game. Very well. We will go again. We are up against a silver player. Even though we ranked up into gold, we are still matching down. Pretty interesting. And they are a speed duel player here for sure. We have a barrier. Obviously this play is going to lose pretty hard to a Slayer. But I'm gonna go ahead and bring it out anyway. I think at this point I am probably tilted. And we are just playing aggressively to try to steal some wins. I agree with Renegade. The powers that be do not want me winning any games today. I'm just happy we made it into gold at all. Alright, here comes the Slayer. Oh, it's Fire Guardian. Not quite as good. Draw for turn. Shield and Sword, very good card. Play around the barrier by using Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. Then, I guess Torna's a solid option. Then Dark Magician Girl. And we ditch the Rhino to flip over their other monster. And now we even have two ways we can clear the Fire Guardian, which is nice. We get some Widespread Ruin protection here. Let's start this way. And then we should play around Recital. So we're going to swing into this. And they give us the good old scoop. Meaning we managed to get a win. Would be nice to be on a rank up game, but our internet connection not cooperating. So let's go ahead and keep dueling. We are up second. Dark Magician Girl is okay. Definitely would be preferring to go first, as usual. But you never know what they're gonna draw. Okay. A very quick set 4 pass. I think I'll ditch the juggler, see if we can draw into something slightly better. Pikachu is not it. Yeah, I could have attributed the Mystic Dealer and then had the Tiger ready. Like I said, I am playing terribly. It might be a good idea to take a break at some point. I was initially planning to do a pretty long marathon stream, but the more we play, the more I'm not sure I'm going to be doing that. Oh, yeah, Renegade, I agree. If I just played against Silver every duel, it'd be a bit easier, huh? Barrel Dragon, looking pretty strong. And I have a 0 attack Mystic Dealer left on board. So we do have a Pikachu in hand, but we only have 1 beast, so this doesn't actually do anything. Luckily, we are at least going to be able to clear Barrel Dragon. We probably should have kept the Pikachu around. But again, I am definitely tilted. I am playing poorly. I have been probably for the last hour. Oh, accidentally almost clicked on surrender. Let's clear Barrel Dragon, and if they don't have another boss monster, which they might not since they didn't summon it last turn, we can still technically turn the game around. So, I was correct. They ultimately did not draw into a boss. So now it is our turn to try to turn the game around. We could summon the Ace Breaker and beat everything up with the effect, but summoning the Tough Striker is actually the better play here. Since we wouldn't be able to attack directly with the Ace Breaker, and this lets us keep our removal for later. 1800 is pretty low, but I think this should be okay. We get 1 down, and we know that we are facing against a barrier, almost definitely. Let's see what they draw next turn. We have used, oh, okay. Go Cyclone. Luckily, it's not going to give them the extra draw, but they might be making an aggressive play if they're going to go ahead and activate the Go Cyclone. No reason not to just set it if your plan is to just set 3 monsters and pass. Oh, also, since we're having connection issues, by the way, I am going to be ending the stream on Twitch, but YouTube will continue to play. So, if anyone happens to be on Twitch right now, just wanted to give you a bit of a heads up. I have a Crested Hawk. Might be worth it with all the light monsters. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. Because I do have the Torna in here. And just having a normal summonable 3100. You know what? I kind of like that. I could take out the Rhino probably. Oh, Ancient of Ice Dragon, that's 1500. I'm gonna be at a dangerously low amount of health. Or I guess they could go that way. Sure. I'm not sure that's the best play. But we'll see what we do. Unfortunately, our Eagle is down since they had the Ghost Cyclone. Now, I am actually pretty concerned about a barrier here. So I think, it's probably worth it if we go ahead and use the Ace Breaker, to pop the Ancient Arise. Dark Sword Magician, I'm not expecting to really, survive another turn if they manage to out this board. So Dark Sword Magician is not a huge deal. Okay, they do reveal it is a barrier, which I thought about. But recycling the Barrel Dragon is very smart. We are definitely in danger of it popping one and running over the other and ending the game. Legend Draw, fantastic play. This player is definitely aware of what they're doing. They even have the Curry Bot to guarantee the Barrel Dragon. And if they hit the Barrel Dragon, it's absolutely over. If they whiff, we do still have a chance, as long as they don't have a second boss monster. But if they do, they might not even need to hit heads to really lock us out of the game. Ace Breaker. Not the one I was expecting. But it does guarantee it. Yeah. That was a really good turn. Unfortunately, we were not able to take that. So let's go ahead and replace the Rhino with a Hawk. Get ourselves another boss monster that actually can do something. Um, 2100. Here we go. Oh, it doesn't fit the Ultimate Bond. That explains it. But is Ultimate Bond even worth running? Like, I feel like it never actually works. So, that might be fine. All things considered. Like, we can just use, life point gain. Alright, and we will try this out for a little bit. Though, I mean, the Aim Eagle feels nice when I am able to make it work. I don't know. You know what? I think I do want to stick with this for now. Where is Bond? I am very indecisive. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to turn off the Twitch stream now. Alright, and now it's just on YouTube. Hopefully this should improve our issues. Starting off with a turn 1 boss. So this is where drawing Aim Eagle, like I said, it seems like we always draw this. But realistically, we should be drawing one of the 2 boss monsters first most games. I have the Torna, but it seems so unlikely to actually work here. We just have to pretend that it will. The set card is simply going to be Hammer Crush. Alright, they have something. That's good enough to concede for me. And we will try one more time. Right, we are against a gold rank 5 player. Probably going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Alright, we are second, and I mean, we can play defensively. So hopefully that's gonna be enough. Alright, so they set 3, and we are going to be responding in kind. We definitely don't want to be blowing through a bunch of monsters with our 1200 attackers. We take way too much on the crackback. Tornad's Dragon is unfortunately going to be able to defeat any of these. We don't have any monsters with an actual defense stat. Bunker Strike. Pretty rare to see those these days, but I like it. If they're running pitchers and Fresher, a 1-of Bunker can really help you land those 4800 damage combos. But this is assuming that they are on pitcher for the third one. I wouldn't be running Pressure with only one pitcher. It feels really inconsistent. Ba-ba-bum. They are thinking quite a lot. Must be a bit of an awkward draw. And they go for the top of the deck. Okay. What is their plan? Oh, and we're almost at the 3-hour mark. So we got to gold, like an hour in, and it's just been an hour and a half of misery afterwards. Here comes Dragius. Oh boy. Okay. How did it take them that long to decide to just end my entire career? What were they possibly doing? Sorry, I don't know what you mean by fish being my favorite format. Oh, do you mean this? I do prefer rush over speed, if that was the question. Yeah, I definitely like rush more than speed. Alright, and this makes another quick, disappointing loss. We're gonna take a break, grab some water, try to regroup mentally. I know I've been playing really poorly. So, if you need to go to the bathroom, get some water, we will be right back. Alright, and we are back. Let's see if we can turn things around with the help of some soda. Fish format would look like. So, not quite fish, but in the Rush Duel physical format, there was a stretch of time where Umi decks were tier 1 because I had Daedalus, but it was more of a sea serpent deck. And again, we opened the Aim Eagle and not the bosses. Alright, they only have a single set monster. I think we go like this. And we're just gonna try to run over. Alright, glad to hit the 14 instead of the 0. But that does mean we're playing against the Red Eyes variant rather than Celerity. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. I do know, either way, it's going to be a huge upstream challenge. Piercing Samurai, and another Conan. Easily capable of defeating my board, even without any boss monsters. Oh, but then they just randomly, surrender. Don't know what that was about. I feel like we were having our, nice little silly duel where we both failed to do anything. It wasn't a connection loss either. We are up first. And I do like going first. We can set this up, and set our entire hand. I think the Dark Magician Girl in the corner, the Tiger did technically have more defense than our other monsters, but if we end up with one monster to survive, the Tiger is the weakest link out of these three. Though, I guess drawing a Silver Wolf would let us take advantage of the Tiger, whereas the dealer can be pretty finicky. I don't know. Looks like my opponent is going with a set 3 though. And we finally have the chance to add the Aim Eagle, but we don't even need to. So do we want to discard? No. And we don't have anything to debuff with the Sorcerer. So, Acebreaker comes out. Then, Tiger. Tiger is tributed for Torna. Torna discards the Silver Wolf, and we're gonna flip something up. Let's see what it is. Keep Pakachu so it is live for later. And we hit a Gargoyle. A rare card to see on a Yuga. They don't have any set cards, so we are safe to run into whatever we want in any order. What could they be playing though? 2 Gargoyles. Very interesting. I really don't know what to expect. Notably, all of these are light, so a 7-sided Magician might actually have trouble hitting a number high enough to clear the Acebreaker. But are they gonna bring out a Heavy Metal? Heavy Metal is definitely devastating to this deck. Growl, I believe, reduces this to 900. And then sets. Yeah, I can't save it. So I can use Torna here. And I might as well. We've already used the Sorcerer, so we're gonna flip this. 1500, huh? Luckily, we are able to clear that. So this goes into here. This goes into here. And swing. Okay. We have a little bit of protection. And we are slowly making progress. We see a Ghost Cyclone. Luckily, they have plenty of cards in the graveyard already. Our barrier goes down. Makes sense. They know this is a trap, but they know it's not Widespread Ruin. Oh, but they don't have any monsters. So, I mean, they did set 2 cards rather than conceding, which makes me think that they have a widespread. So I'd rather just save my resources for later. Let's battle and start swinging in. Barrier, sure. So this is 1,000. Oh, did we miss? Yeah, I guess we could have gone for lethal, huh? Wait, no. I think this is still lethal. Yeah. Alright, so we managed to get a cheeky win here on them bricking. And while it's not the cleanest way to win a game, it does put us at 2 wins now. Which means we are just potentially 1 game away from finally hitting gold 3. Let's see if we're able to claim this rank up. Neko Hondo. Oh wait, no, Neko Hondo. Alright, but we are going second. Always a bad start, especially if they've got that Book of Moon bundle. We know they are not afraid to spend some money. We have Acebreaker, but against a perfect set 5, I am expecting to get hit by Widespread and then just kind of lose immediately. Again, we don't really need the Aim Eagle here, because it doesn't do anything. Now, here's an interesting thing. If we are against a Resonance player, we actually want to keep the Shield and Sword in hand. However, a Resonance player shouldn't be running this much back row. So I'm gonna set it. Alright, as expected, they are an aggro player, but oddly enough, I didn't see any toggle. There's no way these are all 3 Hammer Crushes. Yeah, Renegade, that's exactly true. There's something like a 20% chance for the opponent to brick, so it's very low for it to happen 5 times in a row. Especially while you're also dodging the bricks yourself. But you can get King of Games with a lot of really odd decks. I mean, I'm sure if you've looked at the site, you've probably seen some wacky things. I mean, people are getting there with those very low gem Tengu decks, for example. Unfortunately, they do have the Dragon's Inferno. This could be a Gaia deck. This might be Servant of Dawn. We've got that 1200 stat line. Okay. But they actually don't have an out to the Acebreaker. I mean, I'm pretty sure we do want to just summon guys. How is our beast count? Yeah, Pikachu is set up, so we would prefer to keep it around. If we can. But I also do want to develop my board as much as possible. Which means Pikachu is going to be sacrificed for the greater good. 1, 2, get rid of the Curse of Dragon. And battle. We'll go here. Widespread Ruin. Makes sense. But we are still getting in for a fair amount of damage. And we'll see what they do. Neko Hondo is playing something weird, but we can't count them out yet. Our current board state, while we have a life point lead, is pretty easy to out. Just like a 1500 beater, and any level 7 would do it. And we've been seeing those beast engines in action. So we know they've got those gazelles. And here comes a Dragius out of nowhere, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Dragius is a huge problem. I guess maybe the Tough Striker would be a good draw, since it would let us go into the Aim Eagle. And we do get Tough Striker. Okay. And we have a light to go with it. But we actually don't have an out to the Curse of Dragon. So, activate skill. Let's show this. Return Dark Magician, because we need the rest of them to come onto our field. Aim Eagle. Oh, that wolf is a light, and that lets us use Aim Eagle's effect. 1 and 2. Summon out the 3500. And then we just set the others. However, my opponent has these 2 spell cards. They could be Pierce. In which case, I could be in a lot of trouble. Which is an interesting thing to think about. I haven't seen anyone activate Pierce in over a month. But it could be the card that wins them the game. Speed Performer. Okay. Do they have another? Gargoyle. Oh, into a Growl or a Heavy Metal? I mean, either one would win. My life points are not high enough to survive this. Yeah, the Speed Performer doesn't buff Curse of Dragon enough, but the Palace Gargoyle will turn things around. And here it comes. Heavy Metal. Wait a second, though. Do they have another low level? It's Phoenix Dragon. It's a 50-50. My monster's defenses are so low that even a Phoenix Dragon might be able to clear. But they whiff. And we survive the turn. This is wild. Let's see what we draw. The Dark Magician is back, but with no support. It's over. Unfortunate way to go. We were close. We were so close to that rank up. Even just another low-level monster might have been good enough. Though these could both be Dragon's Infernos, in which case it wouldn't have mattered. And I'm pretty sure it is. We need another nice hand of monsters to make that work. I mean, they can use the Seraph if they want to, but it really doesn't matter. However, we might not be out of it yet. Even though we lose this game, I believe you get another chance. When you're not in gold 5, well, the Seven-Sword Magician would have ended it anyway. Even if I brought out the Dark Magician. Let's just let them take it. I will send them over a nice, and we will try again. I believe this should still be a rank up game. We've crossed the 3-hour mark. I'm pretty sure at this point in some months, I would already be in King of Games. Oh, what is this? Larvos? No. Something different. But I can't read it. Dark Magician Girl is fine. I guess we'll take it. Especially if we're in a Magician Shuffle opponent, we have a chance that this could be a pretty strong card. Let's just set our hand and try to take out what we can. They have the widespread. And I really think that's probably the biggest issue with this challenge, is that we do not get widespread. So we never are able to just claim some wins. And keep in mind, 30 cards, you're going to draw this 1 out of 6 games. So that's 16 to 17% of your games that you're able to just kind of win. And lowering our win rate by 20% is a bad plan. Here comes Dragius. And it is clearly going to just run right through us. Unfortunately. Yeah, no need to do anything. We are just gonna let them show off their intense skill at Rush Duel. They wanted it more. So with that, we are unfortunately back to nothing. Gold 2, 0 wins. So, do I summon the Dark Sword? Almost definitely not. Okay. Let's just bring down some monsters. Save the Silver Wolf in case we need to debuff a Prima Guitarna out of barrier range. And we'll see how it goes. I do like their sleeves and mat. Always Christmas time. Alright, they only start with 1 set monster. And we draw 3 level 7s. I mean, I could grab the Aim Eagle here. But it's like, does it even matter? I can still get out 2 level 7s either way. So it would really just be keeping a Silver Wolf on board, which doesn't seem that impactful. I'll just bring out 2 2500s and see how my day goes. Here we go. Widespread is live. But interestingly, if they do use Widespread Ruin, then Prima Guitarna wouldn't be able to clear. So keeping both of my monsters around definitely makes sense. We see them getting ready to get amped up, and honestly they might just take the free draw. They do. So we know Roman Pick, Esperade, and Prima Guitarna are all in the hand. But since they are at 6,000 life points, they need to use this before they use the Roman Pick. And they actually choose to keep it around. Oh, they actually attributed the Roman Pick. Very interesting. So we have the option to grab Aim Eagle here again. Interesting. Do we want to do that? I think it might just be safer to use the Torna here. let's play it safe. We're gonna go like this. Oh, and, okay. Activate the effect, ditch you. Switch this, and then... Aim Eagle. We will return the Dark Sword to the deck, grab Aim Eagle, and end on a double 2500 again. We know they have the Esperade, but they should struggle to actually get below 1,000. I mean, if they have specifically widespread plus recital, it is kind of an issue. But I think this is good. So Ramon Pick and Prima Katana just put them at 500 and let them Esperade combo off and kill me. But it sounds really unlikely. And they just immediately concede at the start of their turn. Which is more or less what I was expecting to happen. Getting the win there for them would have been requiring a very specific draw. Bum bum bum. Okay. Losing to Paku's early sounds rough. But is it really worth bringing out the Ace Breaker? You know what? I'm gonna go for it. I don't think this is necessarily the right play, but I kind of like the idea of making them actually drawn out here. I think there's a good chance one of our monsters survives. But I mean, without a trap card, it's just so easy. The idea here is that if they're on Magician Shuffle, a lot of their monsters are going to be 2500s. And there's always the chance that they don't draw into a tribute. So we see them go with 2 set cards, and it looks like my plan might be paying off. Alright. All a part of the plan. Unfortunately, we don't actually draw any tribute monsters here. So we can flip and barrier, and barrier. And then they have no monsters in the graveyard, so start here to draw a recital. We see a recital or a widespread is set. And they widespread ruin. Unfortunately. And now they have a Curtain of Sparks or a barrier to back them up. Our own barriers are not going to be very good here. I was really hoping to draw into another boss monster. That's really what we needed. To have a better board presence. Hammer Crush, sure. I mean, I'm happy that they're spending a resource on that. But if they're discarding Tough Striker, they must be able to get in anyway. We see the new recruit, and that's it. Why wouldn't they use Ultimate Bond here? Or discard something else? I'm definitely going to use my own barrier. I'm putting back a Ace Breaker so I can have a better chance to draw into a good card. We have plenty of low levels, of course. And yeah, not what I was hoping for. 2 Pogs in the graveyard. I could summon this. But I'd rather bring out the Avant Wolf. Let's swing in, and this is actually going to put them at exactly 100 life, unless they use their trap cards. So we're off to a really odd start. Our hand is not great, but the opponent might just have something even worse. And now all we need is one more hit. I think we can play kind of conservatively and then hope to get in with like Torna or Rhino, which is an interesting thought. Alright, oh, it's life point gain rather than bond, which does explain why they didn't do it previously. But yeah, they're just passing turn. And we have nothing we need to do but head into the battle phase. I know they bricked, so I'm not going to send the nice because I don't want them to take it as an insult. But we've beaten a psychic player, and now we've beaten someone who bricked on a really weird machine build. Meaning, we are back again to a rank up match. Let's see if we can do it. Alright, and we're up against a Mimi. Here we go. Can we do it? An attack mode monster seems odd. Maybe they're going for a tribute summon. And they do. We have a Dark Magician, which is actually able to beat a 7-zone Magician, and even tie with a barrier. If we draw a Beast, we can lower it a little bit more. We know the set is the 1400. I guess it kind of is a wacky position to be in. But I mean, Widespread Ruin is what it is. So, bring in Dark Magician, and we're gonna try to bring ourselves over this squad. They actually don't have a trap, which, I mean, isn't necessarily a great thing. So, the face down card could easily be a Triple Threat Thunder if they are running Aquas and are on Mimi. Gazelle, I believe, is not restricted by either of Mimi's main skills. They are just a regular aggro deck, something that restricts only the level 7 monsters, and something, again, that only restricts like 1700 or higher attack. I could go for the Aim-Eagle here, but it doesn't seem worth it. So, let's bring in the Tough Striker. This will secure our board a little bit more, since now a Widespread Ruin doesn't actually just immediately end us. Summon the Silver Wolf out. We know this one's a 1400 vanilla, so maybe I actually should have left this one for last. I would expect not to be running into another 1400 vanilla, but fine. Should have just attacked the one in front of me, huh? Okay, so if they have a Dragias or a Dion Keto, well, it could still be Disco Fever. No. This is, yeah, it could. And we see him coming out. I am kind of expecting a big push. we still actually don't know what's going on. I will barrier. Let's put the Pakachu back. Keep our board established. Potentially let us get in for a direct attack this turn. And, okay, perfect. We actually draw one of our ways to get in for some damage here. Activate the Rhino. We ditch Aim Eagle, and now Tough Striker has piercing damage. And we get 500 burn on top of it. Tough Striker swings in here. 2,000. And 2,500. We have done it. We hit gold 3. After probably 2 hours, we finally rank up again. And that is a good progress. We could stop here, but I'll play a little bit more, I think. It feels good to be on a win streak, finally. It looks like we are going through a ton of clicking buttons. Let's rush Duel. Here we go. Dark Sword is a cool card to have, but it's probably not going to do anything. I'd be really surprised to see them summon a level 7 monster in attack mode here. Alright, they set one back row and a tribute monster. We have the Rhino, but it doesn't actually do anything. So we are just playing the hope they don't widespread us game. I could stop here. But if I'm playing against a Psychic deck, I want to actually have 2,500 on board because of that interaction with Prima Gotarna. Swing into the Tribute Monster for sure. Burning Blaze Dragon. That was a very unexpected monster to see here. What are they playing? Shield and Sword? Sure. That part makes sense. And then Magician Shuffle with Ancient Arise Dragon and a Burning Blaze Dragon line. Okay. So, in the Magician Shuffle deck, I do actually like Ancient Arise Dragon as a way to get over opposing 2,500 attack point monsters. I disagree with running Clear Ice and Burning Blaze, but it might work out for them. They also might have a Dark Magic attack. They are considering whether or not to discard this Dark Magician here. Yeah. So I'm going to be losing my Shield and Sword almost certainly here. They have plenty of cards in hand. They already have 2 Tribute Fodder and a 1,500 too. Speedy Performer makes it a 1,900. We are in a ton of danger. Oh, it's actually Magical Stream. Okay. I mean, that's still just as good. I only had one face down. And a Magic Juggler. This is an incredible push. Huh. We draw Aim Eagle. I mean, that's nice. But the thing is, if they have the widespread, they still have it. Should be a 20% chance, roughly. Though, I don't know how many spell and trap cards they are truly running. beat over Dark Magician. We deal 1,000. And then we force them to bring out 2 monsters. If they want to truly be able to beat this. But, again, we didn't see an hourglass. So, there's a chance we're getting hit by another magical stream. I guess they're just on Roman because they like Roman. And the tactician monster definitely indicates a boss is coming. And we already know they are on that Ancient Ice Dragon, capable of taking out the Tough Striker. Carrier, grabbing a 1200, and they're going to bring out a second boss. Pretty threatening. Dark Magician Girl makes sense. But why use the Seahorse Carrier's effect? Huh. Yep, not anything we can do about that. And that is game. Ow. No problem. We managed to get our rank up, and I am pleased with that. I will send them over a nice, and we will try again. We did get very lucky to win 3 in a row, so I can't be too upset. Opening with a Dark Sword is not looking great. We have at least 2 monsters we can set. So maybe it's not so bad. We'll play down the Torna in defense mode. And I guess I could have put the Dark Sword in attack mode. Because there is a good chance they are on aggro. And then this would be Dragia's protection. That is a lot of back row though. Very interesting. Do they have the... No, they do not have the Seahorse Carrier. So, Aim Eagle's not going to be able to use the effect because they don't have a level 7 monster. However, we are bringing out a 2500 here for sure, and we're guaranteed to get in for a fair amount of damage, even if they have a widespread ruin. The question then just becomes whether we want to deal 2900 and have a weaker board. No, I want the Dragia's protection. So we're going this way. Swing in. Of course they have something. They just set a billion back row. Widespread ruin. Which one will they take out? Interestingly, they choose Dark Sword Magician, which I think is actually incorrect if they're running Shield and Sword. Since it doesn't really have an effect, I'm not going to be getting 6 spell cards in the graveyard ever. So it is Dragia's, which is exactly what I was planning around. But Dragon's Inferno is going to come in and take out my barrier. So now all they need is a debuff. And we are in a world of hurt. But they simply end their turn. Meaning they probably have something too. Huh. I can't remember if they have another face down or not. I should have been paying more attention. The thing is we can debuff by 200, but that's like never going to be enough. Yeah, if the Cannon Rhino was just a Torna, I'd feel so much better. Wait, I'm throwing. Oh my gosh. It's too late. I'm doing it. Yeah. That's what I thought. But I didn't even use the Silver Wolf because I started clicking buttons like an idiot. Very well. They're at 400. We'll see what happens. Maybe we turn this around. Yeah, there's another Dragius. Okay. I mean, all we need is a boss. We threw, huh? Still. Maybe it's not over yet. I mean, another Dragius does end the game. We'll find out. I am feeling we probably lost this one. Ancient Arise? Sure. And we've given them more time to find the widespread ruin that is able to ruin us. Dark Sword Magician is already down. Which means we are in a lot of trouble. Our odds of getting out 2 monsters at once is pretty low. So we Paku, activate the effect, return you to the deck, add a card to hand, then we bring in Silver Wolf and Silver Wolf. We will do some milling. We're gonna try to beat over the Arise, because if we actually get it, we win. And then we destroy Dragius with Acebreaker. And we just kind of see if it works or not. 1, 2, pop. This is almost definitely widespread, though. Yeah. Unfortunate. Oh, it's only a barrier. So we actually do make it into the next turn. I think we should try swinging in. We clear up Speedy Performer, which could have been very threatening. Oh, are they just trying to deck me out? Because honestly, that should work. Torna is gone. Huh. They're going down to 4 cards though. So, what can I do? I don't want to play too many. If I'm only playing 1 card this turn, what should it be? I think it should be Avant Wolf. I need to try to clear all of their monsters. Barrier, huh? Giving themselves another Dragius. See, that's the issue. 2 Dragius in the deck is very threatening. Because if they're able to bring in an advantage engine, I could just die. we've only seen one seahorse carrier go down. So if they get the other one and both Dragius, we are in some real trouble. Let's see what they do. They could be going for a tribute summon. Attack mode. Seahorse carrier. Alright, here's the threat of the two bosses. Do they have it? Dragius number 1. That is significant damage. But that's not going to be game. And I can Shield and Sword into a Dark Magician Girl. And we are going to be able to finish this one as a victory. Shield and Sword. Tribute. And that is 500 damage. It was a long and difficult game, but we did get there. So let's see if we can keep it up. Alright, we are up second.
せっかくルークとラッシュデュエルができるんだ。僕は全力で僕のロードを突き進むつもりだよ。ユウガ、お前を倒し、俺はデュエルの王となる。行くよ、ラッシュデュエル。行くぜ。俺のターン、ドロー。モンスターを伏せるぜ、ドラゴライト。今、俺の銀河に7つの超新星がガンマ線バースト。やめろと言われてももう遅い。やめろと言われてももう遅い。2回言ったのは意味がある。さあ出てこい。電撃竜ドラギアス。
Okay, so a lone Dragius, but with the one face down. This is a resonance deck. So I think I want to save the Shield and Sword for later, but I also can't really afford to do it if there's a Dragius I can guarantee out. So unfortunately, we will be using it this turn. And now, even if they have widespread, we have two monsters capable of taking it down. Obviously, a turn where they have something like a Slayer and a Twin Edge would be much neater to use the Shield and Sword on. But we are clearing a boss monster and getting in for 2,000 damage. So, it's not a bad use of the card either. This really saved us for the turn. But it doesn't guarantee the win. Slayer is a bit of an issue. But we are able to theoretically out it. question is whether or not, as always, to use Acebreaker's effect or not. We have more than enough attack, but the Widespread Ruin is pretty dangerous. However, if they do Widespread Ruin in this position, even if I destroy the Slayer, having no monsters on board is a death sentence. So, I think I'm not going to do it, and I'm just going to play normally. We have the Silver Wolf, which we can use to debuff the Lesser Dragon. And we can try going in. They did draw something. It is widespread, so they are keeping the Slayer around. We get him for 300. And I mean, I'd rather have this than have them have this completely empty board for me to deal with. Okay. Looks like Birdwing has this one. We will give it another shot. I think if we lose the next one, we will probably call it a day. We're getting close to 4 hours. And I mean, we did make it from Silver 4 to Gold 3, which is a nice jump. Oh, wait, are they actually getting rid of the global chat? That's pretty funny. Let me see if there's an announcement. Oh, notice for the discontinuation of the global chat function. The Digital Services Act in the EU region. Oh no. I thought it was because it was just a bunch of scam bots. It's actually like a regulation thing. That's crazy. And not at all what I was expecting to see. Rest in Peace Global. I wonder how many people actually use it for the intended purpose. I know I've had at least one person I added on Discord because of the global chat. But I agree it's mostly unusable anyway, so...
Duel で戦えるんだ。思いっきり楽しもうよ。僕は絶対に負けない。全力で行くよ。行くよ。ラッシュデュエル。最初からアクセル全開。猛スピードでロードを突っ走る。僕のターン、ドローだ。モンスターを伏せるよ。モンスターを伏せるよ。カードを伏せるよ。カードを伏せるよ。勝負はまだまだこれからだよ。ターンエンド、行くよ。僕のターン、ドローだ。
Acebreaker is good. But with 2 back row, who knows how this will go. I think we just try to assume no Doriados and to see if we can hit for the 2500. If we did have a 1500 where we could play around it better, I'd feel more comfortable with that strategy. But here we go. Yeah, they have the widespread. But I mean, we did at least clear the board, so it could be a lot worse. Let's see what they have in response. Mystic Dealer, they are digging for something. Getting rid of a 7-sword magician means they have a ton of high levels in hand, almost certainly. But they find a witch, so they are going to be able to clear my board. 7's Axel Road? No. Summon Skull. Wait, did they Hammer Crush Deal? No. Okay. So what are they running then? It is probably just like an aggro deck. Unfortunately, 2500 I don't have an out to. So we are just going to be setting our board here. And that's probably the frustrating thing about this deck, is how many of our boss monsters are not actually bosses. We do have a barrier, so we might be able to protect ourselves from some other kind of weak monster trying to swing into the Dark Magician Girl. Like if they summon another witch. But we'll have to wait and see. And on the plus side, we did at least get rid of the widespread ruin nice and early. Thunder the Thunder is going in, but it's not going to be able to clear. I could choose to recycle the Ace Breaker. Huh. Would that be worth it? I don't think so. Dark Magician. I mean... yeah, let's bring it out. 1, 2. And then... we already have the Paku, so this seems fine. Swing over the Thunder. And unless it's like a wild call, the Earthbound trade, this should work. Nice. Unfortunately, another 7-sword magician is kind of frustrating for us, and we don't really have a ton of good ways to out-summon Skull. And here comes the 7-sword magician, just as planned. 3,300. Yeah, it's not worth it. Alright, next turn. Tough Striker. Let's use Ultimate Bond here. We will be getting, Aim Eagle. Then we will Aim Eagle, Juggler, Effect, Special Summon the Tough Striker, and take out that 7-sword magician, for sure. Let's sit here and swing. Repeatedly having to just stare down the Summon Skull is kind of frustrating. But on a future turn, we might be able to use Silverwolf alongside our own Tough Striker to make something happen. Mystic Dealer coming in, and they do only have one more 7-sword magician left in the deck. So I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to make our way through this all. Thunder the Thunder. Oh, that's frustrating. Ditching a Dragius is also incredibly concerning, because it implies to me that they might have a second one. And they do. So I really just hope that they don't make a huge misplay. Barrier. We need to put back the Ace Breaker. It's the one that's actually able to clear these monsters with its effect. Summon Skull goes down, but Dragius is going to be taking out Tough Striker. No question. And they do remember I have a Tribute monster set there. Dark Sword Magician, huh? Unfortunately, I'm not thinking that's gonna do it. I know they have a barrier. So we will just be summoning this Dark Sword Magician and ending. And keeping the Silver Wolf around. Pass. Note how few cards we have left in our decks. They have 5 cards. And they have the Hammer Crush deal. That's looking dangerous for us. If they're able to destroy both of our back row, and I mean they did just discard a Hammer Crush, so I would be very concerned. Maybe I should have set the Silver Wolf after all. Okay, I'm fine with that. Doriado. Sure. But do they have another Sevens Road Magician? They do. How much damage is this? 2,700? We win. Wow. What a tough game. With only 2 cards left in their deck, all we had to do was end turn, and they would have decked out. Alright, let's try final attempt. I think next time we lose, we're gonna call it a day. But we have not lost just yet. If we can get 2 more wins, we'll reach all the way up to gold 4. And we are up first, which is always nice to see. The question is, do we keep Torna? Definitely want to set up Pikachu for later. And I think I'm going to toss it down. We have better monsters we would rather be drawing. Showing Pikachu doesn't give anything away about our deck. They open with a Paku as well, so they're going to be on aggro. So I guess we did lose an out to Dragius here. But hopefully we are able to draw into another one. We also don't know if that set card is widespread or not. Okay. Acebreaker and Tough Striker. Activate the skill. We will show Acebreaker. And we will return Barrier. And this is because I am going to use Acebreaker's effect. It does kind of suck. Losing 2 boss monsters here is very threatening to my deck's continued existence. However, clearing Dragius is very important. And we actually make it through. So that face down is Hammer Crush. Did I already know that? Scrolling up. Oh, it's Shield and Sword. So obviously the second Dragius is pretty threatening, but it's not like either of the other boss monsters in my hand would have been able to deal with it anyway. So, I don't really mind my line. Valkyria, also kind of annoying. Just because of how strong it is. It doesn't actually protect Dragius, but the odds of me being able to clear this with just 1,000 life points, pretty low. And that is game. And we have just crossed 4 hours. Yeah, Orenter. I know I'm late to respond to this, but a 2,500 to tribute vanilla is pretty bad, but it's what we have to work with our restrictions. Dark Magician and Tough Striker. If we weren't running them, we simply wouldn't have any boss, like we wouldn't have nearly enough monsters with stats. And there is just some amount you need in order to deal with cards like Fever Gatarna. So let's let Louise finish this off, and we will be calling it a night. I don't know why they took so long. But thank you everyone who came by to watch. We will be doing this again. Probably next week. I don't think I have time tomorrow, and then I'm busy over the weekend. So thank you all for coming out.